Okay, we can go ahead and take our seats and we will begin. Okay, good morning everyone, and I would like to welcome our streaming audience to Hidden Histories of World War II, a teacher institute that's being held here at the Japanese Cultural Center of Hawaii. This is a teacher institute that is funded in part by the National Endowment for the Humanities, National Park Service, Pacific Historic Parks, JCCH, Japanese Cultural Center of Hawaii, the Matsunaga Institute for Peace, and Go for Broke National Education Center. My name's Mitch Maki, and I'll be the host of this morning's panel. So we're very excited to gather with you all today. And for those who are watching on the stream, you see that we are surrounded here by some fine educators from all over the state of Hawaii. So to you all who are here, our first panelist, our first presenter is somebody who you saw on the first day. If you remember, we saw the documentary Hidden Heroes, and who was the star? None other than our panelist here today, General David Bramlett. So let me say just a few words about General Bramlett, and then I will turn it over to him. As you saw in his bio, he is a retired 4-star general. He is a graduate of West Point. He was the commanding general of the U.S. Army Forces Command, and he had a sterling 34-year career in the Army. So that's who he is as a military person. But the thing that struck me about General Bramlett is I've gotten to become very good friends with him and his lovely wife, Nora, who will be joining him here today, is that after he retired, Nora and General Bramlett moved to the Marshall Islands so that he could teach high school. And Nora could provide dentistry care for the folks in Marshall Islands. So that's who these folks are. He has really become a student of the Nisei veteran experience during World War II. And you're going to hear that in just a moment as soon as I turn it over to him, how he talks about the accomplishments of these young men and women during that time. But even more than being a student of the Nisei veterans, he became their friend. And when you sit and talk to General Bramlett, he talks about how he got to know these men not as soldiers, not as icons in history, but as personal friends who he felt very strongly about. And that's what has endeared me to him and to his wife, Nora, over the years. And it's our privilege to have him here this morning to talk about the legacy of our Nisei veterans. So with that, I will shut up and I will turn it over to our guest, General David Bramlett.
Thank you. Thank you, all of us. Before I start, let me salute all of you as educators. Our nation's youth, and I listened to some of your comments, are in good hands with you as teachers and educators, librarians, and the various manifestations that you exhibit as you teach. So my warmest congratulations to you, and certainly my salute to you. Now, that was a very generous introduction, but before all of that, I was a 10-year-old kid in 1951 watching the movie Go for Broke with Van Johnson. That seems like a galaxy far, far away, but it was very important. That was a first-run movie. That's when movies stayed in the theaters for 6 weeks. And I went there, I was mesmerized by these little men that did great things. And I went through my career, and then in 1995, I was deputy at the Pacific Command. And as part of the 50th commemoration in World War II, I all of a sudden was working with veterans of MIS, the 100th, the 442nd, the 1399 engineers. These were real people. And I got to know them, admire them for the 100th Battalion. Their motto is for continuing service. And believe me, that generation, those Nisei veterans lived for continuing service. Speaking of the 100th Battalion, we are honored today to have Presence Dr. Manago, a veteran of the 100th Battalion. Dr. Manago, welcome. He has promised to let me rattle on and not correct me when I talk about the 100th Battalion, but it's always a very special honor, and you all should consider that, to be in the presence of these living legends in the person of Dr. Manago. In any case, the story I'm going to tell you is of the Nisei soldier in World War II. This is from a soldier perspective. I was an infantryman most of my career. And so my admiration for what the Nisei soldier accomplished is born of my experience as a soldier. And to see and read and talk to what they accomplished, it's beyond the pale of my experience, but I can only begin to appreciate what they achieved. They are, the 10442nd becomes the most decorated unit in our history for duration and time of service. And as I said before, and those of you, I can't remember from the film I said it, notice I didn't say one of the most, I said the most. Because no other unit, I'm not decrementing or discrediting any other unit, it's just they elevated. Here's their story, and I'd like to just tell you as a story. There will not be a quiz at the end of this, because it gets confusing, and I'll try to keep it clear. My producer, my wife Nora, will keep us moving, and she'll also remind me, okay, speed it up, slow it down, shut up. Okay, now the title, The Price of Citizenship. Why did I select that? Next slide will tell you why. This Harold Ickes, who was the Secretary of Interior, on May 1941, he makes a speech, and I extracted a couple of lines. So far, so good on the first one. What constitutes an American? Not color, nor race, nor religion. But the next line, an American is one who will sacrifice property, ease, and security in order that he and his children may retain the rights of free man. Nowhere does it say you must sacrifice property, ease, and security in order to be a citizen. That's exactly what the Nisei soldiers do. They sacrifice in great numbers with their heroism, their courage on the battlefield, to achieve the rights of citizenship, not only for themselves, but for others that bear the label of Nisei. Now, these are the units, patches. Those of you not in the military won't appreciate that. Those of you, and I detected some of you have prior service, you'll recognize how important these pins are. These are the 100th, the 442nd, and when they go together, they will wear this patch. It was designed by a member of the 442nd. The Military Intelligence Service will remain secret what they do until 1972. Members of the Military Intelligence Service, those Nisei who spoke fluent Japanese, will take the secrets of their service to their grave. Many of them will. I have personally talked to them, assured them that their security has been lifted. They said, interesting, General, thank you, I have nothing more to say. And they took their experience to the grave. That's why they are the least heralded of the veterans. And of course, this, if you recognize those of you from Minnesota, that's a Minnesota gopher that the MIS sketched out because they went to Camp Savage in Minnesota. And of course, the 1399th I'll talk about later. Pearl Harbor is a catastrophic event, and I think you all visited and have ample experience through your teaching and through your experience yesterday. Here's Hawaii's reaction militarily. The Hawaii Territorial Guard is formed from the ROTC at UH. Look at the faces of the HTG, Hawaii Territorial Guard. Those are ROTC students. They rally, they're told, 1041, I think, report to the university. And talking to Tetsukiyama, a veteran of the MIS and Varsity Victory Volunteers, he was a student. He says the sergeants were frantically putting firing pins in the Springfield 1903. They were issued 5 rounds of ammunition to engage the Japanese paratroopers that they told were landing on St. Louis Heights. And so they grabbed their rifles and moved toward the heights to engage the Japanese paratroopers. Of course, there weren't. But the Hawaii Territorial Guard, what they will do, these ROTC students, they will guard critical installations until they are unceremoniously disbanded in January of 1942. They do a tremendous job until they are classified as 4C illegal alien immigrants, illegal aliens. Okay, the next. The National Guard. Now, there was a National Guard here. Originally, it was the Hawaiian National Guard, but they were federalized in 1940. Now, it's interesting, till they were federalized, there were 40, count them, about 40 Nisei veterans in the Hawaii National Guard. But after the Selective Service Act of 1940, the draft went out, and all of a sudden, they took about 2,000 Nisei into the National Guard. And that's why there's so many Nisei it will eventually end up in the 100th Battalion. The National Guard, their officers are interesting. They're 13 to 16. Now, these are mostly ROTC graduates. These are 13 of the 16 AJAs, American Japanese Ancestry. What's interesting is none of them can become company commanders. That's the unofficial rule. No Nisei can be company commanders. A couple of names you'll recognize: Sakai Takahashi, instrumental in founding JCCH. And of course, Tom Coffman will talk about Sakai, I'm sure, when he's here. Mitsu Fukuda and Rich Mizuta. These will become the company commanders. They will incredibly survive World War II. I cannot tell you my imagination or my admiration for those guys. Spark Matsunaga, who gave the name of the Peace Institute. Those are the quality of Nisei who are the officers but cannot become company commanders initially. Later, the 100th Battalion will give the companies to A, B, and C, and I'll talk about them later. Next. Now, that's the the National Guard. What about the students that rallied? By the way, ROTC is the only ROTC in the nation that has a battle streamer because they responded for 30-something days until they were unceremoniously disbanded. They became the Varsity Victory Volunteers. Hung Wai Ching, a YMCA counselor who had great effect on their ROTC students, when they were summarily dismissed, they went into a deep funk. And he came up, and the description is, they came up to, Ching comes up to them and finds them lamenting their fate on the steps of the somewhere. And he says, come on, get off your butts and go tell the Americans, tell the military what you can do. Go tell them you'll dig ditches, you'll build buildings, you'll do whatever's necessary. They do. They signed a petition saying, we will do anything. We'll do manual labor if you let us serve. And so 169 of them become the Varsity Victory Volunteers. They will dig ditches. They will build buildings. They'll put asphalt on roads. They will do manual chores, even though many of them are about to be college graduates, to prove that we are loyal. This is what varsity, this dedication will become crucial later. Next. The mainland response, I won't go into that. You'll probably discuss that, is the 120,000 Japanese American citizens, Nisei, their parents, were rounded up and put into 10 camps. Next. They give me an idea, Tule Lake, Manzanar, Roar. My wife and I have visited Heart Mountain in Minidoka. You will tear up when you go to Heart Mountain or Minidoka because it's desolate, it's far away, and you can only imagine those families getting off trucks or buses and looking, this is where I'm going to live. This will give you an idea of how austere. I've not been to those three, but I've been to two. Next. Hawaii wasn't immune. I think you all picked this up. These are detention centers. I know you visited Honolulu, and Sand Island also had a major camp. But in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, Hawaii rounded up Japanese Americans of various influence, priests, teachers, newspaper editors. Look at all the different places, jails, KMC on the Big Island. They were rounded up there and then relocated to Sand Island, or Hono, as you call it. And some were sent to Tule Lake. Good friend of mine, Walter Ozawa, was born in Tule Lake. A lot of families were sent back to the mainland. Next. Again, the pictures, I think you've seen those in your travels. Next. Back to the National Guard. They continued to serve for several months. Now, you may be thinking, well, wait, the ROTC got classified as illegal aliens. Why not the National Guard? Why not the Nisei? Because, ironically, when they were drafted under the Selective Service Act of 1940, there was a non-discrimination clause. So they could not be booted out even though they were Japanese Americans because of Selective Service Act of 1940. What to do with them? Finally, in May, they said, look, we've got these 2 regiments, mostly of Nisei. Why don't we take all the Nisei, put them together, and form a provisional battalion? And we do that. We, the American government, does that. And they take them at night from Schofield Barracks by train down to the ship, the SS Maui. Unbeknownst, but the Coconut Wireless got the word out, and families lined the railroad tracks to wave goodbye in the dead of night. And the 1,432, by the way, you'll see different numbers, but I'm going to use the number that is in their official history. 1,432 actually leave on the SS Maui and get to California. And they leave on the 5th of June. The 12th of June, they become magically the 100th Infantry Battalion. And it looks like this. Consider 1,400 plus, consider all those blocks, A Company, B Company, C Company, of about 200 people. And the rest of them scattered between the headquarters, transportation, medical, and service. I don't want to give you a long wiring chart. By the way, the E and F Company will come in later, but they initially left with just 4 companies, but that's what they look like. That was a big battalion, but what to do with them? So they initially go to Camp McCoy in Wisconsin for 6 months training. And then they go to Camp Shelby, Mississippi for 6 more months training. Guess what? Their training, they proved to be a superb unit. And the government looks at the 100 Battalion, wow. And they look at the VVV, wow. Assistant Secretary of War, John J. McCloy, visits the Varsity Victory Volunteers and sees how dedicated they are. So the 100 Battalion, the Varsity Victory Volunteers, began to think about the Army. If a battalion's good, why not a larger unit? Next. The 100 Battalion, while they were doing all this, these are the dimensions. And again, how many of us, certainly the men, would like to have a 26-inch waist, weigh 125 pounds? But that's the typical members of the original 100 Battalion. They were 24 years old. Remember, they were drafted into the National Guard. And again, he's holding an M1 rifle. Look how big it is to the size of the soldier. Next. The training they went through, those of you in the military, they went through individual training and then they went through unit training. And that's all I'll say about that. But again, reminder, they were really, really good. Next. They were so good that they got orders to deploy from Mississippi, Camp Shelby. Meanwhile, the 442nd, and I'll talk about them later, they actually had time about 2 months at Camp Shelby to see their buddies in the 100 Battalion. The 100 Battalion went to North Africa, then to Italy. They were offered to Eisenhower. He turned them down. I don't need the distraction of Nisei veterans or Nisei soldiers getting ready to invade Europe. Mark Clark in Italy, General Clark, says, send them. I need friends on the battlefield. So Clark accepts them to Italy. They're a battalion. There's a teeny-weeny unit. They go to North Africa, and they are adopted, attached to the 34th Infantry. The 34th Infantry are a bunch of North and South Dakotans, Iowans, and Minnesotans, and they take to they go to luau's. They really like the 100 Battalion. The 100 Battalion finds a home. They deploy. They deploy to Salerno, and again, I apologize for this, but there are three things I want to talk about. Castelvetere is the first battle. The first battle, Sergeant Joe Takata comes forward as a sergeant, recons, he is mortally wounded. He continues to direct soldiers and utters the word carry on, even though mortally wounded. He will receive the Distinguished Service Cross posthumously, the second highest award the country can give an individual for bravery. It sets the standard for the Nisei soldier. The first to fall on 29 September 1943. Then they get to Benvenuto. Now remember, the 100 Battalion is fighting the German army, which is a very professional, determined army. The Wehrmacht, they know how to use machine guns, mines, barbed wire, mortars, artillery in abundance. And the 100 Battalion is attacking against formidable soldiers. These are not second rate. These are the top German army, and they're fighting hard. They get to Benevento, and General Ryder, the commander of the Red Bull Division, you can see where it got its name, he lands and says, I give you the patch. And he authorizes the 100 Battalion to wear the Red Bull patch. They will never forget that. When you visit the clubhouse, the 100 Battalion clubhouse, you'll see the Red Bull patch. Many of them, when they became part of the 42nd, refused to take off their Red Bull patch because he made them feel home. And Alifi is a horrible battle, but I put that up there. By the time they get to Alifi, they've lost 25% of the battalion. And remember, the battalion will only get replacements that are Nisei. They had Caucasian officers, some, and they had some Caucasian NCOs, but their replacements had to usually be Nisei. So they got very little replacement. So they're now 25% casualties. In the Army, we consider a unit that loses 30% to be combat ineffective. The percentage of officers and NCOs and soldiers make them essentially combat effective. They're 25%. Next. Just some scenes in Italy. Notice the soldier with his Red Bull. Next. Sassuolo, by the time they finish fighting at Sassuolo, they've had 40% casualties. They're only 60%, but they fight on. Now, I mentioned Alan Hohara, Mikio Hashimoto, and Shizuya Hayashi. They all earned the Medal of Honor on the same day. Mikio Hashimoto and Alan Hato will be two men. They will be on the edge of their unit. They will be attacked by 40 Germans. They kill and capture most. The surviving Germans fall back. They attack again, silly Germans, and they are wiped out. These two men hold the flank, the edge of their unit position. Shizuya Hayashi charges an anti-aircraft gun single-handedly. It's an 88 millimeter. It usually shoots what we call pipans. They're big, big bullets. And he decides, I'm not going to take this. He personally attacks and destroys it. And all on the same day in the same battle. By the time they finish Sassuolo, they are down to 60%. They get a break, they get some replacements, and then they move up to Monte Cassino. I'm going to talk about Monte Cassino a little bit. Here's what they faced. Next. This is, Monte Cassino is the high ground here. The Germans flooded, they dammed up the Rapido River, so they flooded. That's 2 miles of swamp. This is what the 100 Battalion will have to cross under German fire. Here's what the Germans did. Next. You see that's all swamp, minefields, muddy areas, irrigation ditches 4 feet to 6 feet. Remember the size of the 100 Battalion, 5 foot 4 inches. So imagine wading in a swamp under fire and step into a 6 foot irrigation ditch. And then you have the stone wall. The 100 Battalion is told to attack. Alpha A and C Company attack at night. They actually reach the stone wall here, but they can go no farther because of fire and losses. Mitsufukuda, A Company commander, remembers he lost so many soldiers going across the swamps, he could hear them screaming for help, and they screamed for 2 days and 2 nights, because anytime they moved, they were shot, and anybody that tried to help them, they were shot. He comes back. Mitsufukuda comes all the way back and goes to the higher commander, and he says, this is suicide. The commander says, I want B Company, Sakai Takahashi, to take B Company and attack in daylight. And the battalion commander of the 100 Battalion, Major Clue, said, I won't do it. I will not give the order to these men. And the higher commander says, you're fired, and he puts another guy in charge. And the other replacement commander, whose name escapes me, doesn't last long. He's wounded, and the operations officer is killed. And so Sakai Takahashi goes back, and he talks to his lieutenants and says, they want us to do this in daylight. And what do you think? And the lieutenants say, well, these are orders. Let's give it a try. Sakai Takahashi has about 187 men in his company. 14 will make it to the wall. And finally, the higher headquarters withdraws the 100 Battalion. They will eventually get across the river, and then they'll get given the mission to seize Castle Hill. They seize half the hill, and for 2 days, the Germans have one half, they have the other half, and the Germans pummel them. This is where the 100 Battalion earns the nickname the Purple Hell Battalion. The news media covering the Battle of Cassino had never seen anything like this dogged determination, this courage, this sacrifice to continue the mission. And they named them the Purple Heart Battalion, or the Little Men of Iron is their nickname. They, by the end of Battle of Cassino, only 17%, 17% of the original 100 Battalion is left. Think about that. So the 100 Battalion carves an incredible path. Next. I mentioned that's the top of Monte Cassino after the Allies finally bomb it. And there's the way it looks today. And when you go to the monastery at the top, there's a stained glass window dedicated to the 100 Battalion. And there is a monument at the base of the hill in the cemetery in tribute to the 100 Battalion. They have not forgotten. Now, remember I told you the 100 Battalion's training led to the 442nd's creation. Notice the second paragraph. Because of the 100 battalions in combat, now in training, and the Varsity Victory Volunteers, here's a chance for you to volunteer. Remember, all the Japanese Americans have gone through, now your chance to defend this country that's turned your back on you, certainly on the mainland. The initial plan was to form the 442nd from 3,000 volunteers from the camps and 1,500 from Hawaii. Can you imagine life in the camps and you want us to volunteer? Well, it doesn't work that way. They will get a little over 1,100 volunteers from the 10 camps, but they will get 10,000 volunteers from Hawaii. And of that number, I think there was 2,656 they took. Dan Inouye's number was 2,655. And Dan Inouye, when he was here, would say he was lucky because others that didn't make the cut were crying. Next. This is the formation. It's an iconic photo here in Hawaii, as you well know. The Iolani Palace with the 2,600 and so ready to go. Next. This is what they look like. It's a bigger version of a battalion. It's about 4,000, 4,200 people. And it's basically 3 battalions. Think of the 100 Battalion, and an artillery unit, and engineers and a band. We must always have a band. Not what you think. Bands also secure the command post, and they also carry the litters, the wounded. Next. The 442nd, principally from Hawaii, most of them, different lifestyle. Slippers, shirt tails out, sharing money, sharing drinks. They didn't get along with the mainland. These guys, mainland guys, spoke the King's English, or I should say Roosevelt English, but they didn't share their money. They were sending it to the camps, and they didn't get along. In fact, they were friction. They were the Katunks and the Buddha heads. Buddha being a pun on the Japanese word for pig, Buddha, and of course Buddha is a faith. And Katunk was the sound of the haole, or I'm sure say the mainland Japanese when their head hit the deck in a fight. I think you saw the film, all that went away when they visited Roar. Dan Inouye, I've heard Dan Inouye talk personally about what he did on the video. He said it was an entirely different bus way back. When they saw what the families had gone through, they asked themselves, would we have done it? Next. After that, they were ready to go. The 442nd, 100 Battalion. Next. When the 442nd gets there, remember the 100 Battalion was decimated. They take the 1st Battalion of the 442nd and put it into the 100 Battalion. And then the 100 Battalion becomes the battalion of the 442nd. And hereafter, that unit is known as the 100/442nd, in deference to the achievements of 100 Battalion. The tradition continues of sacrifice with the 100/442 at Belvedere. They lead with the brand new 442nd soldiers. They get bogged down. Remember, the Germans are tough, and they bogged down the 2nd, 3rd Battalion, hadn't been in combat. So they call up the 100 Battalion, and they said, boys, watch how it's done. The 100 Battalion goes around them, cuts them off, and annihilates them, and says, that's how we do it. And from then on, the 100/442nd, they will lose about 35% of their ranks by the time they get to Leghorn at the top. Hill 140 is a vicious, vicious fight, known but to the members of the 100/442nd. They call it the Little Casino. Its fighting is that vicious. Next. Some scenes from the wreckage in northern Italy where they were fighting. Next. Because of their prowess, they are called to France as part of to support the D-Day operation. The Germans only tracked one regiment in the entire American Army. You guessed it, the 100/442nd. They tracked them because of their respect and fear of that regiment. They called them the Fearsome Turks, Turks. My research doesn't tell me why they chose that, the Fearsome Turks. But they go into France and look at the climate, cold, rainy, and wet. Next. This is the Vosges campaign. This is the most celebrated battle of the 104/42nd, the rescue of the Lost Battalion. Lots of arrows, but let me just tell you, this is about 7 miles. And they will fight for 14 days, one continuous battle after another. Again, the Germans are defending, their backs are against Germany, and supposedly Hitler's told them, give not an inch. And the Germans will fight determined. And the 104/42nd will take Bruyere, they'll take Bifontaine, and then there's a battalion of the 36th Infantry Division that gets cut off and suffered facing annihilation. And General Dahlquist, the division commander, goes to the 442nd and says, relieve those men. They throw themselves in frontal assault, and the 5 names you see below will all earn the Medal of Honor in the fighting to save the Lost Battalion. Now, the Lost Battalion, they save about 214 Texans. The popular figure you'll see is 811. I've researched this because I think this is all one big battle, is a soldier. It's hard to isolate. Yes, rescuing the Lost Battalion was the final step, but to take Bruyere and Bifontaine, Belmont, you have to do all that to get to the battalion. Best I can determine, they lost about 1,800 to 2,000 men. Most to battle injury, and a lot to trench foot, which takes you out, and a lot to fatigue. The human body can only take so much duress. And we later call it PTSD or shell shock. But a lot of guys finally reach a breaking point, and they have to be pulled back for rest. So it's only about a little over 1,000 left of the entire regiment. Next. To give you an idea of the terrain, my wife and I have been to Bruyere. Look at that angle. Those of you in the military, imagine attacking with no trees like that angle. I have stood at Bruyere and looked down, and I don't know how they did it. I'm an infantryman. I just don't know how they did it, but they did. They just kept doggedly banging because they were Nisei soldiers. Next. This is what the terrain looked like when they finally broke through. That's a lot of artillery and a lot of bombs. Next. They have a formation. Dahlquist is so happy that they have relieved and got to the Texans. He says, a review, I want the entire regiment out, I want to thank them. And he goes out and he sees scattered formations. And he screams at the regimental commander, I told you to get the entire regiment. The Colonel Miller, the regimental commander, tears in his eyes, looks at him and said, sir, that's all that's left. I have to, as Mitch mentioned, I've known a lot of the Nisei soldiers. The only person I've ever heard them say an ill word on is General Dahlquist. They really resent, and they resent him berating their regimental commander in their presence, to say nothing of his orders to relieve the Texans. Next. The regiment goes back to Italy. Mark Clark wants them back. They leave the artillery battalion behind. The artillery battalion could put accurate fire out promptly and accurately, but they are the ones that liberate a lot of the Dachau camps. Again, history has forgotten that, but if you go to Dachau, you will see the 442nd patch. No explanation, it's just right there in the exhibit at Dachau. When they were alive, the members of the 522nd Field Artillery, they would have bento and bagels reunions, and they would get together, and because of the Jewish prisoners they liberate, never forgot them, and they could remember them because they were Japanese Americans. Next. The 442nd goes back to Italy, and they join the 92nd, and this is a copy of the orders the 92nd Division commander put out. They will carry out orders without question. They will get up and move when you're told get up and move. And it's usually better to let them figure out how to do it versus tell them how to do it. I thought that was very interesting. The 92nd had faced the German Gothic line for several months, not able to break through. When the 442nd goes up, Dan Inouye told me the story because I sat next to him at an event, and he said they went forward onto recon, and they got up there and they saw the German defenses, and they came back and told the commander, we'll be through in 45 minutes. They've been sitting there 5 months. He said, we'll be through in 45 minutes. They were about 2 hours and they were through. Next. This is what they got through. The German general was interviewed after the war, and he said, I thought that your Japanese soldiers were mountain soldiers because they fought in the mountains so well. And they said that would be a surprise to the soldiers from Hawaii, that they were mountain soldiers. That'll give you an idea of the terrain they fought on. Next. And it was just, once the defensive line was ruptured, it was just kept going. Next. These are the medals. The Medals of Honor are the highest award we give for courage and bravery on the battlefield, 21. I'm often asked, Bramlett, why do you say the most decorated unit for its size and duration of service? I'm not the only one that says it, but I've tried to figure out a way to convince other people. It's not to diminish the achievements of others, but to give you a Medal of Honors, one regiment. There were over 250 infantry regiments, counting the Marine regiments, in World War II. Most decorated, one of 250 plus. I looked at 23 American divisions, almost all, in fact, all the infantry and airborne divisions. Only one had more than 21. A division is 4 to 5 times larger than a regiment, than the 442nd. Only one had more than 21. The rest of them had single digits. Again, there's a lot of peculiarities and vagaries that enter into the recommendation of Medal of Honor, but interesting that the ferocity of the achievements led the 442nd to achieve 21 Medals of Honor. Okay, next. And President Unit Citation, 7 of those, very few units of their size have 7. Almost every battle they earned, some unit earned President Unit Citation. Next, and next. Medals of Honor, I will only talk about a couple. Barney Hajiro led a frontal assault at the Rescue of the Lost Battalion. He is put in for the Medal of Honor, it would be downgraded. And somebody asked, Barney, why do you think your Medal of Honor got initially downgraded? To which, and I quote, he said, I guess it's because I was an Oriental, close quote. And of course, the 20 of the 21 Medals of Honor will be awarded 55 years later, when Senator Takaka orders the Army and the Department of Defense to review all the records, and then will be upgraded. We can talk about that later. Of course, Senator Noe is there. Next. Next, and you see some of the families that were notified of their son's sacrifice in the camps. Minidoka, Roar, Tule Lake, Gila River, Roar, and so on. James Akubo is an interesting case. He was a medic, and his feats of going out under bullet-swept battlefields to nurse the wounded, he was put in for the Medal of Honor, and he was downgraded. I said, no, medics can't be awarded a Medal of Honor. Well, medics all over the Army and Marine Corps were getting the Medal of Honor, but he was given the Silver Star, which is 2 levels down for heroism. He was one that was upgraded. In fact, the Nisei veterans, I asked specifically when this was announced, how about Akubo? They knew he had suffered a great injustice. Next. Military Intelligence Service, they have labored in secrecy. Even today, they do not get the credit they deserve. These were Kibai, who were educated in Japan. The family sent them. A lot of them from the mainland would send back for Japanese education. They spoke fluent Japanese. We realized in 1940 that Japan was looming as a potential conflict. And so the call went out for Japanese speakers. Next. The 2 that went before 1940 were Komori and Sakakito. If the MIS veterans of that era feel Sakakito should receive the Medal of Honor, but there were no eyewitnesses to his sacrifices in the Philippines. The Japanese captured him, tortured him, released him, captured him. Incredible story, but he was providing information to the U.S. before the war. When the MIS was formed, and about 6,000 Nisei will serve, have the language capability to interpret and analyze. One of their great successes at the strategic level was to decode Admiral Yamamoto, the architect of Pearl Harbor, his flight path. And so we intercepted and shot down, and Japan lost their greatest strategic thinker, their greatest wartime leader, Admiral Yamamoto. But that was because MIS, Japanese Americans, could read and decode the language. Next. They worked in small groups, 2 and 3 at a time, with the units, the frontline units, and they had to be careful because they looked like the enemy. they had to be really careful. I mentioned a couple of them. Hoichi Kubo crawled into a cave in Saipan and tried to talk Japanese soldiers and Saipan civilians not to commit suicide, but please come out. He crawled into cave after cave and saved hundreds and received the Distinguished Service Cross. Harry Akune was with the 503rd Airborne. They jumped into Corregidor. He got on the airplane with virtually no airborne training, no helmet, no weapon. He said, I want to go. And they looked and saw in the airplane, they gave him a helmet and a rifle, and he jumped. And he turned out to do great service on Corregidor to the battalion commander, Colonel Jones. Next. Merrill's Marauders, the most famous, the forerunner of the Rangers and Special Forces. In Burma, there were Nisei there. Roy Matsumoto was famous. He was a legend with the Merrill's Marauders. He would be in a position, he would call out in Japanese, attack, attack, attack in Japanese, and they would attack right into the fire. Kenny Yasui swam the Irrawaddy River and got a Japanese formation that was on an island in the Irrawaddy. And he goes in and he stands up and walks into their camp and says, I'm Admiral Yamamoto, or I'm Colonel Yamamoto, follow me, and we must attack. And of course, they're scarfed up. But these are lost to history. These are lost to history. You have to dig and dig and dig because they were classified secret in 1972, and we're still uncovering tales. Next. The other services had the Australians, New Zealanders, the Marines. What we found is the other units, the Army was pretty conscientious about keeping records, but the other units, the Navy, the Air Force, the New Zealanders, they didn't keep real good records on what the MAIs did. So a lot of their feats go unreported. Never in the history do we know so much about prior to actual engagement. MacArthur, very, very true. We, perhaps the best example at the strategic level, there was a box of documents that came back to Washington marked routine. And Kazuo Yamane looked at it because that was his job, and he goes through and he realizes these documents have all the locations of the armories, the weapons stores, basically the laydown of the military equipment in Japan. It becomes the plan for the B-29 bombing attack on Japan because Kazuo Yamane looked at a routine box and realized people had overlooked what's in there. No medals of honor here because there are no medals of honor because they honored their vow of secrecy or units didn't report. Clearly, they would have earned something if there had been reports. And of course, they get a presidential unit citation for the entire war because the US government can't sort out, so they give them a PUC, the highest award a unit can have for the entire World War II. No other unit has that distinction. Next. 13th and 99 Engineers, the Nisei soldiers have established themselves. They form an engineer battalion here in Hawaii. They do everything. They build buildings, they do roads, ditches, you name it. MacArthur's asked for them by name. Send me the 1399. The Army says, not a chance. They're too valuable here in Hawaii. They're nicknamed the Chow Hounds. They did Herculean tasks here in Hawaii, but they never deployed. Next. They came home to Hawaii to a hero's welcome. To a hero's welcome. And you know, whenever I would have lunch at Kincaid, some of you remember Kincaid's, all I had to do was walk in with Ed Ichiyama, and I got the best table. Not General Bramlett, Ed Ichiyama got the best table because people knew who they were when they were alive moving around. And Dr. Manago represents them here today with us. I put Inouye there because when he finally got out of the hospital in 1947, he went through San Francisco and wanted to get a haircut. He couldn't because the barber said, we don't cut Japs' hairs, even though he had one arm gone. Next. And there's a very famous Truman, you fought traitors, you have won. On the mainland, they had to work hard. Caucasian officers that knew the sacrifice of the Nisei went up and down the West Coast from Washington, Oregon, California to extol what the Nisei did, because there was a lot of resentment when they came home. A lot of resentment, but again, a different subject. I asked Eddie Chiyama, who was a member of the 522nd, how did you do it? How did you accomplish all of this? He said, oh, he called me my son. My son, we were segregated unit. And of course, I reacted to segregated unit because we think of segregation with all the negative connotations. And he said, because we all had the same values. Whether Little Tokyo, a truck farm in Central California, or McKinley High School, or Plantation, doesn't matter. We're raised by Issei, and we have these values. We no bring shame. We all bought in, regardless. I never forgot that. Other veterans I talked to said that in a less articulate fashion, but they all said the same thing. We all had a shared sense of values. And I summarize in the pigeon, no bring shame. Next. And in 2011, they received the highest civilian award from Congress, the Congressional Gold Medal. Okay, and that just lays out what they achieved, the Nisei soldiers. And there it is, some of the familiar faces that there's a leftist now. Next. Movies, okay, that was a quick overview. Go for Broke, yes, you don't have to be a 10-year-old kid to really enjoy it. It's very accurate, by the way. And the other one is Only the Brave, locally produced. Stacey Hayashi did that. And Go for Broke, an origin story. If you like the VVV story, the Varsity Victory Volunteers, see that movie. It's locally made, but it's a Hollywood production. The other one is Come See the Paradise. Doesn't get the publicity it should. Dennis Quaid and Tamlin Tomita. It's a love story. So but the accuracy of the travails in the camps in the mainland is we're seeing. When I watched it, I said, boy, that looks familiar. And I researched the movie. The director took photos from Santa Anita Racetrack, from Roar, Tule Lake, and he replicated that in his movie. That's why Come See the Paradise is unheralded, but I strongly recommend it. And with that, let me stop. Any questions? Any questions? What did I forget? Yes.
That one slide. I was wondering, do you mind just going back to that one slide for him and just to show he was a litter bearer?
Yes.
In April of 44.
Go to Italy.
45.
Yeah.
And he was a litter bearer during that time.
Keep going. Keep going.
Oh.
No, the other way. Stop. Okay. Yeah. Here's Dr. Malago joined at the breach of the Gothic line. There was a lot of fighting. I talked about the penetration, the 45 minutes and 2 hours. I thank you for bringing that up. Dr. Manago, and as a litter bearer, was traversing all of this terrain because the Germans continued to fight. The war didn't end when the breach of the Gothic line. They fought all the way through. In fact, Senator Tenoy will be wounded later. Once the breach is done, he gets his grievous wounds where he loses his arm will be late in the fighting. And at least one Medal of Honor is earned late in the fighting. So this is where, next. Nope. Yeah, you can see this is the breach, Mount Folgorito, and then Mount Belvedere. This is all fighting. And again, I only had 45 minutes, 48 minutes or whatever, so I apologize I skipped over so many battles, but to give you an idea, because when they come back to Hawaii, their record will stand them. Look at the veterans. They go to the GI Bill, and Tom Coffman will no doubt talk about this, but they go to the GI Bill, and Spark Matsunaga, Dan Inouye, Sakai Takahashi, Mitz Fukuda, all these become prominent. They become our senators, our judges, our businessmen, our bankers. Sakai Takahashi will start the Central Pacific Bank as well as be instrumental in the foundation of JCCH. Do I have that right, Tom? Okay.
D. Buckingham from our YouTube stream asks if the general could speak to the local Japanese woman who worked in the MIS in Burma.
I can't. Okay. Well, my only defense is they're secret. I've not been able to peel all the secrets. No, I don't doubt it. I should have in my notes. But when I get up, this is a danger when you walk around. As you teachers know this, you'll forget some things. I meant to say I was going to omit discussion of the Japanese American women who served in a variety of capacities in the American military, to focus on the Nisei soldiers, to which I apologize. Any other questions that stump me?
If I could take a moment, we also have 2 young students here. One of them is Shane Kaneshiro, who is from McKinley High School. And Shane interviewed Dr. Manago, and in their student newspaper, there is an article that he wrote about his interview with Dr. Manago. So I have ample copies, and we'll be sharing it with all of you. Just another example of how we can pass the legacy on and involve our students in these types of activities.
This is a manga magazine or a comic book, but it's not a comic book. It is a very, very, very accurate story of the rescue of the Lost Battalion. Journey of Heroes, it's its 2nd edition. The mangas are based on actual veterans. Eddie Yamasaki is one, Goro Sumida is another. Those of you that your parents or grandparents might know them will recognize the caricature, the manga version. You look very interested. Okay, that's my one resource to add to the list of the movies. Anything else?
Well, it looks like there are no formal questions for the group, but I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, General Bramlett. Thank you, Nora, for joining us here today and sharing this really in-depth description of what our Nisei veterans did during World War II. And I think it really added a lot of meat to the bones that we've been putting out there. And it humanizes the story, as we've talked about, finding that common ground. So what I'd like to do is end this formal part of the presentation. We'll then take a break. General Bramlett and Nora, if you can stay around just a little bit and we can continue to have our discussion. And if you have any questions, please feel free to approach General Bramlett. But I'd like to take this opportunity to once again acknowledge our hero, Dr. Takashi Manago, for joining us here this morning. I'd like to acknowledge the 2 students from McKinley High School also for joining us here and showing your interest and your support of this legacy. And most important, I'd like to thank Nora Bramlett for joining us here and supporting with the slideshow, and of course, General David Bramlett. Thank you, my friend, for joining us and for sharing your expertise and your humanity with us all. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene for our next panel. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that last speaker. And again, I think the beauty of having General Bramlett here is that he covers it from a military perspective, but he really humanizes the whole experience and makes us understand what these Nisei soldiers went through. Our next panelist, our next speaker, is someone who in Hawaii really needs no introduction. He's been here for 50 years, coming in 1973, and he has had a history of 50 years as a journalist, as an author, as a documentarian, and his latest book is called Inclusion. And I believe it was included in the handouts. Oh no, okay, well, we'll make sure we get this to you in some shape or form. But he'll be talking about the social development of Hawaii pre and post-war and the experiences of not only Japanese Americans, but other communities here. And so with that, and what he's encouraged us to do is to banter with him and to ask questions if there are things that he either has skipped over or was not clear. So with that, I would love to turn it over to our next presenter, Tom Coffman.
Thanks for inviting me today. How's this? Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Thanks for having me today. Thanks to the Go for Broke Foundation for sponsoring this workshop. I think this makes you and me and Mitch and others involved in something that's really important, which is a back and forth between Hawaii and the U.S. mainland in terms of history generally and Japanese American history in particular. And I say that not just as a nice generalization, but in the context, I think, of our histories, because our stories and our experiences differ so sharply, so dramatically. The inner reality tends to get very confused, okay? So what was the questions of what is the internment? I think as teachers, if you can convey to your students what was the internment, what was the extent of the internment, what was driving it in different places, to what extent were people not interned, not incarcerated, and what was the relationship of both of these things to the mobilization of the Japanese American fighting units. So I think it is with this sort of pan-Pacific perspective that we can start to more accurately understand and come to terms with those questions. Now, and I say that partly because Mitch, I'm even older than Mitch made me out to be. I've been, I got here in 1965, and I've been writing about Hawaii ever since then, and off and on I've, the Japanese American experience has been a very dominant aspect of what I've worked on recurringly, but not exclusively. So I try to always put an ethnic experience in a broader Hawaii context and then in a Hawaii U.S. or even Hawaii Pan-Pacific context. And just as an aside, I think that Pan-Pacific context is not something to be taken lightly, and it's because of a way maybe I'll try to loop back around, but the mobilization of the Japanese American fighting units was very much tied in to the American notion of what the future relationship between Japan and the United States was going to be. And one of my areas of research has been to document that. Okay, so very briefly, on the West Coast, virtually everyone was incarcerated or was forcibly evacuated, and eventually, very quickly, incarcerated, and famously, particularly 442nd members, to some extent MIS members, were recruited from the concentration camps, right? So you know this. In Hawaii, there's been great confusion over the question of internment. Was everybody interned? Was nobody interned? Or were a few people interned? And the answer is the entire population was held suspect by virtue of ancestry. A very small percentage of people were actually incarcerated, and that number is about 1.5% of the 160,000 people of Japanese ancestry in 1941. And the remaining 98.5%, to a greater or lesser extent under martial law and under the constraints imposed, such as constraints on security requirements to work on military bases and all sorts of things like that, which are more of the subtleties of the thing, but 98 point some percent walked around and pursued lives much like everyone else's. That we could spend the rest of the day qualifying that. And I think that foremost in the qualification would be that the Japanese ancestry population, the first generation and alien, meaning non-citizen population, was subjected to unwanted questioning, harassment, unwanted guidance about how they were to live their lives, etc. And I write about that at length in the middle part of my book. I want to, you're such an important group, okay, because you teach history. And I want to say, as somebody who has struggled with the question of Hawaii and Hawaii's role in the world, that as I'm, now 80 years old, my craving, my compulsion is to try to, as broadly as possible, make sense of things without going off on too much of a tangent on any one thing. And forgive me for waving 3 of my books at you, okay? I hate it when authors do that, but it goes with the turf, okay? this book is called Nation Within. Are a few people familiar with it? Several people have nodded. I appreciate that. Yeah. I hope you. I want you to read this book. Okay. I've written about, I think, 8 books now. I'm on an 8th book, so I can narrow it down. This book I want you to read. Okay. This book is about the beginning of the American period. So it's about the forced annexation and the fate of the Hawaiian kingdom and how the native Hawaiian people started the 20th century. And this book, which I also want you to read, is about the wartime crisis, the crisis of World War II, brought on to the Hawaii community by Japan's bombing, and by virtue of the fact that nearly 40% of the population at that point was of Japanese ancestry. Right? In between, I've tried to develop some increasing understanding of the 4 decades of territorial Hawaii that joined these 2 pivotal events. And I think the challenge of all of us in Hawaii who work on history is to try to, okay, first of all, understand, let me keep it simple, three basic pivotal events which can help organize our thinking, and they are the annexation, the crisis of World War II, and the onset of statehood and the meaning of statehood for various people. Right? And I think that forms a dynamic grid for understanding or for questioning those things that we can identify flowing through our lifetimes. Because that's only 123 years. Yeah, it's 125 years. So they go to our grandparents, or our great-grandparents. With that said, Mitch said he would like it if I spoke a little bit more about the interwar period or the lead up to the war. There's many levels that can be dealt with in looking at the lead up to the war, but basically the structure of society was pretty much as I think we've all heard it, and that is Hawaii was a colony, an overseas territory of the United States, and it had become such by virtue of the manipulation of an elite white oligarchy, a very small number of people, and their collaboration with American expansionists or American imperialists. And I can tell you, when I wrote this book, Nation Within, that was 25 years ago, it was with trepidation that I used the word imperialist, right? Because it landed with a thud. It sounded like Lenin or something, But nonetheless, I did. And today, the National Portrait Gallery at Smithsonian, if any of you have read about this, the National Portrait Gallery has opened a national one-year-long exhibit on American imperialism. And that's what it's called, American imperialism. I helped contribute to it along with several other people here in Hawaii. Hawaii plays a significant role in the exhibit, along with Guam, these are the places that were rolled into the United States in 1898 overnight, right? Hawaii, Guam, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and then to a certain extent Cuba became a, sort of a policed state. And so what ensued from those events was what we would look at today as a tremendously reactionary society, a relatively closed society. It was run by the big five corporations, basically by missionary descendants or their imported high-level executives when the missionaries sort of ran out of the talent to run things, or the will. And you can see, if you drive up Oahu Avenue and Manoa Road today, and you look back off the road at all the overbuilt houses, you see a graphic of that period, right? All these huge Victorian mansions, those that are still standing. They were engaged in an essentially untenable idea, which was to maintain a very tight control of a place that is a crossroads with many different people. So the real question was, what was the dynamic that led into the mixed society that we were experiencing as the war was approaching? And the thing that I've arrived at, that I don't know anybody who's written about this except myself, but I think it's going to catch on. Plantation society. Plantations were worlds unto themselves. Plantations were closed, literally closed sometimes. You had to get a permit to go down the country road. They were closed societies. They were racially hierarchical societies. If you look at, I haven't seen one of these for a long time, but have you ever been to like an old plantation in Kauai, let's say? And on the very top of the hill, there's the plantation manager's house. A little bit ways down the hill, there's a smaller house. That's the assistant managers, the people who are in charge of the water system, the field system, the plowing, the harvesting, etc. And then further down are the Portuguese, and then further down are the Japanese. And the camps occurred by sort of time of arrival and the racial hierarchy, which was encouraged. It wasn't brutal force, but it was encouraged, and people were encouraged to stick to, quote, their own people, etc. Right? And in the towns, and particularly in Honolulu, but in other towns as well. So you think about Wailuku, Lihue, Hilo, maybe Kona. Kona was different. Honolulu, particularly. Honolulu, port city, right? The big port city. People came together on a different basis, and they became much more acquainted, they crossed ethnic lines, and also sort of the best of American traditions began. Oh, my wife. Oh, sweetie, I'm in the middle of my presentation. You okay? Is your foot okay? Okay, there's about 30 people listening to this, but I had to find out. Bye-bye. I'm sorry, but she had to go to the doctor, and I think she had foot surgery. Okay. Okay, so American institutions became means by which people began to come together multiracially. And I'll just tick off a few for purposes of keeping it simple. Public schools foremost, right? And there's interesting stories on the very rapid growth of the public school system, particularly between World War II, or World War I and World War II. So that's your Kuleana, right? A part of your Kuleana. The University of Hawaii, very important for bringing people together, right? The most interesting one that I found for like very specific networking of various ethnic community leadership groups was the YMCA. We don't think of the YMCA as a big force in the community. We think of it as a good positive force, but YMCA was a very big force in this community in terms of creating community. And I found sources that contended that Honolulu had the most active and most, like percentage of the population participation in the Y of any city in the world, meaning in the United States, across the Pacific, and Japan and China, all the other places where the YMCA was active. YMCA was very important in those Asian countries as well, right? Excuse me. After 1939, the United States Army became very important to this. Oh, let me back up. The United States Army, I wish the general were here. When the United States took over Hawaii, Guam, and the Philippines, it basically did so without much thought, without any real thought, okay? And firstly, without thought about how they were to be secured. And defended is another word for secured. And that was in 1898. In 1905, Japan mobilized at sea 100,000 troops and defeated the Russian army on the peninsula, the Asian peninsula, right? Thereafter, the first war plan with Japan was written the next year, and the conclusion was that at least a large blue water navy and 100,000 ground troops would be needed to defend Hawaii alone, and another 100,000, 125,000, I think the figure was actually, would be needed to defend the Philippines, which we had then colonized, right? And the actual Hawaii garrison, I'll just stick to Hawaii, the actual garrison in Hawaii had 13,000 troops. And in World War II, actually about 4,000 of those troops were siphoned off to Europe, so it was even under 10,000 troops. And then there was a constant struggle to try to build up troop strength, but there was never a garrison of over slightly more than 20,000 ground troops to defend the approaches to Pearl Harbor, essentially, right? And so the United States Army began looking at the population of Hawaii partly for soldiers, shopping, looking around for soldiers, and also Army people and Navy people who were stationed here. And they progressively became acquainted with various elites from various ethnic groups, but particularly with Japanese elites, and thinking that these people were quite upstanding. They all worked hard, they all paid their bills, their kids never got in trouble, they studied hard, and they opened up ROTC. ROTC opened in who knows? 1923. Doesn't that surprise you? 1923, ROTC units were started in all the major high schools in Oahu, at least that I know of. And that became the basis for the beginnings of military participation, and by non-whites, by Hawaiians, prominently by Hawaiians, a few like General Lyman, for whom we have an airport named, and various Japanese Americans such as Sakai Takahashi, Mitsu Fukuda that I can think of, the original Japanese American officers in the 100th Battalion, right? Okay, so 1939, under pressure from the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which is an African American, almost exclusively African American or white American, African American advocacy groups for African Americans, right? Under pressure from the NAACP, Congress amended the law concerning draft to create a peacetime draft, and it prohibited, how do I say this is negative. It made illegal keeping non-white people out of the military by virtue of race. So non-white people could go into the military. They then were put in segregated units because the law didn't go that far. But the military took its first step towards racial integration in 1939. And in Hawaii, as a result of that, suddenly there were about 2,000 Japanese Americans who went to Schofield Barracks and were trained in combat, armed, trained, etc., and remained in uniform for 1 year, and then sometimes, depending on the time, 2 years, and 2 years into the war. And those became the basis for the 100th Battalion, which you've heard of many times, right? You know all about, but here's the thing. The 100th Battalion was an all Hawaii outfit, right? Remember that, except for Young Oak Kim, which Mitch is saying in his head right now. Except for one man, it was a Korean American from Los Angeles. Okay.
Tom, if I could jump in here just for a second, because I think you're making some great comments about these institutions, the Army in this particular case, but also you referenced the YMCA and their impact on the inclusion of peoples in Hawaii. So I want to stop and just see, are there any questions at this point as to the direction that this is going or anything that Tom said? not seeing any, let me ask my question then, which is, can you expound a little bit on, first of all, the role of the Army in terms of bringing in all peoples? You know, as you mentioned, that they couldn't exclude based on race. So what was the impact not only on Japanese Americans, but on Native Hawaiians, on Chinese, on Filipinos, all the different groups, you know? How did that affect their communities and their sense of inclusion here in Hawaii?
Yeah. That's a really complicated question. And the reason it's complicated is that various ethnic groups were treated differently. And they were treated differently as a result of this colonial manipulation between the federal government and the government in Hawaii, and the extent to which the government in Hawaii was concerned with the plantations and the Big Five and the sugar industry as opposed to overall. So let me be more specific. Hawaiians participated heavily in the federal guard unit from the time of the annexation forward, interestingly, and developed leadership, et cetera, developed commissioned officers, some of whom, as I said, General Lyman became the most famous. His brother was a high-level officer as well, was in charge of the martial law in Maui. And Filipinos were excluded, and not absolutely, but virtually. And they were excluded because the oligarchic dominated government basically wanted to keep the workforce on the plantations up. And they increasingly, because of the Philippine-Hawaii relationship, increasingly supplied the labor for the plantations, the workers for the plantations. Chinese participated in the ROTC, and some became officers. This man who's in the center of the cover of the book is Hung Wai Ching. Hung Wai Ching was a lieutenant colonel in the reserves prior to the war, and one of the keys to his effectiveness was he had become very comfortable with all the, as he referred to them, the Army brass. And he also had a high-level security clearance, which allowed him to travel anywhere in the United States in military circles, you know. Go to Fort Lewis, for example, Fort Ord, or the President of the United States. Go see the President of the United States. No problem. He had security clearance to do that. There were others. So Chinese had access. Japanese, very late in the Japanese participation in the Federal Reserve was very restricted, and I think it was just sort of discouraged. But then when the draft opened, there was this big bulge of people, 2,000 people who became the basis of the 100th Battalion. And then there was a certain element of Caucasians, virtually all of them that I can think of were given officer commissions.
So what I hear you saying then is that the military played a differential role in the level of inclusion for all these different communities. And what were some of the other institutions pre-war that you would say really facilitated a sense of inclusion or diversity amongst all these different communities You mentioned a why, but if
Yeah, the why, late in the game, before the war, the military, public schools, university, there were a few churches that did. And if you're familiar with churches, Church of the Crossroads, which today is still thought of as a nest of left-wingers or of progressive people, and Community Church, which is, up in Nu'uanu next to the Queen's or the Royal Mausoleum, right? Community Church was and these were offshoots of churches that grew out of Chinatown. Chinatown was kind of like a place of mixing, a zone of mixing, and it was real interesting. There were Christian missionaries who came from Asia, who were of Asian descent. So they were Japanese and Chinese, and they became founders of progressive, either progressive WIIs or progressive churches. Wow, that's interesting to me,
yeah.
Because you always think of missionaries as going the other way, Okay. So
And then the war comes. So if you can talk a little bit about the effects of the war, World War II,
Okay.
on these institutions, and then by extension, their effect on inclusion and diversity.
Okay. So the war brought, well, first of all, there was for a year and a half or more, a very active apprehension and understanding in Hawaii that war was coming. And this whole, documentary clip of Franklin Roosevelt saying in his voice that this is the day that will live in infamy and this was a complete surprise and so on. None of that is real in terms of and today, if there's only one simple thing you think about is Red Hill, right? This Red Hill tanks that are now plaguing us were built, in a very long, complicated lead up to storing oil to fight a war in the Pacific. And on the ground, people began to, and that is the storyline of my book. I'm going to hold it up one more time. That's the storyline of my book, of this group interethnically coming together, and also the antecedents that brought them together. Oh, here's one more interesting thing to back up and answer your question. In addition to some of these other institutions, there were public societies where people intentionally came together across ethnic groups. And the one that was most explicit was something called the 333 clubs, where 3 people from a given ethnic group would come and sit around a table, 3 more, 3 more, 3 more, and they would talk about themselves and their life experiences and how they related to the community, what their aspirations were. And it was with an intention by idealistic people of breaking down racial barriers. I find the intentionality of that to be really interesting, and I also think it was intentionality that caused these people to begin working together prior to the war. And that is where, from these groups working together prior to the war, basically trying to say, if war comes, what will we do? And the broad outline of it was, we will work together across all ethnic barriers to minimize the oppression of people in Hawaii, and particularly the oppression of the Japanese community. And we'll do this by maximizing the war effort of as many people as possible, regardless of race. What a plan for 1940, 1939, 1940. And on the day that the bombs fell, they were instantly in motion, literally in motion, working on fulfilling that plan. So
Again, I'm going to turn to our group of teachers. Any questions that are popping up? Nate, Pua.
Yesterday, we learned that from one of our guest speakers that her grandfather's name was already kind of on a list prior to the bombing of Pu'uloa. And so I know in your book you talk about that this was a plan for mass removal of our Japanese community here in Hawaii. And I'm wondering, was it only Japanese that were targeted? Were there other ethnicities that they were looking at?
only Japanese.
Do you know why specifically that group?
Because of the overwhelming probability that the war would be with Japan, and there were so many Japanese here.
Hope this works. Okay. Was there any resistance by the plantations to having or recruiting like Japanese or any other groups? Because it would seem like that would pose a real loss to their labor source, right? So
Yeah. The plantations pretty. I know a lot of like vignettes here and there of the plantations being very involved in actually the recruiting of the 442nd, which sort of runs counter to the thrust of your question. But I think the unstated trade-off was the plantations recognizing that this had to happen, and they could control Filipino labor and keep them down on the plantation, literally, So there's still a lot of Japanese that continued on the plantations, whether they weren't of draft age or whatever, but there were a lot of able-bodied young guys who went away, and never came back. I think all the evidence I ran across was plantations supporting the recruitment.
I actually have a kind of a question. You mentioned the interracial committees. We kind of know them as morale committees.
Mm-hmm.
We know like Hawaiʻi is one of the key players. Shigeo Yoshido was another key player. But could you kind of go over some of those prominent key players that at least by name that kind of brought that about?
Okay, foremost it was Hawaiʻi and Shigeo Yoshida, if it were reduced to two people. Charles Hemingway was their mentor, who I think played a very important role in bringing them together, as in Hemingway Hall at the University of Hawaii, for those of you familiar with that. He was a teacher and then an attorney who had a very paternal relationship in developing the University of Hawaii and in bringing all these diverse student bodies together in things like debate society and so on. So Hemingway was very important. There was a man named Charles Loomis, who interestingly was from the Institute for Pacific Relations, which was a YMCA organization that was trying to maintain good relationships throughout the Pacific against this increasing polarization and hostility. So he was interesting. And then there were one of the odd places in my book, I sort of stopped the narrative, and I have about 2 pages of 1-paragraph sketches of Nisei who were in some way involved in community. And what it shows, crucially, is that there was a very strong, educated, publicly active Nisei element, leadership element in Hawaii before the war. So this whole, there's kind of a labor vein of history which portrays people as all being like very downtrodden and oppressed by the awful plantation system and so on. Yes, but there was also a very large and rapidly growing number of Nisei who participated in political parties, PTAs, church organizations, YMCAs, on and on. It was like if like Hawaiʻi and Shigeo Yoshida hadn't been there, there were layers and layers who would have pushed leadership to the fore, basically pursuing the same strategies. And I think that's very important. And it's also much in contrast to my understanding of the situation in the Western states, because the Western states, the Japanese population was almost as big as in Hawaii, but they were scattered out all over the place. And they were mostly farmers, and they didn't have the kind of community development which made for effective resistance to mass incarceration.
Right, I would agree that they weren't integrated with the larger society in the same way that they may have been here. I saw another question. Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, sorry. I got a question about, you mentioned FDR's day that which will live in infamy speech. I was wondering your thoughts on why, because I remember reading, and I believe it was Howard Zinn's book, where he talks about Guam and the Philippines not being, like in his original notes, and he had crossed them out and just specifically focused on the attacks in Pearl Harbor. Like, what could you maybe elaborate on why Guam and the Philippines, because those were territories also, why he decided to specifically focus only on Hawaii?
That's interesting bit of history. I didn't know that. It's it's kind of a graphic of it's kind of a graphic of writing people off, right? And basically, he was writing them off, but they were gonna hold Hawaii, and they probably weren't going to hold the Philippines, and they immediately lost control of Guam. And in the back of the strategic situation, the Philippines, Hawaii was in peril, but the Philippines were like completely indefensible. What happened? The military disaster that happened in the Philippines was just the inevitable happening. It was horrible, but it was also inevitable because the proximity of Japan, the nature of, this tremendous, like 700 islands archipelago, and the Luzon is just like a highway, of invasion. It was a terrible thing.
So we have a couple more questions from our live stream.
Yeah, I have, the first one is, I guess it's kind of like about the influence of inclusion, but did the unions or local newspapers have any influence on inclusivity?
Yeah, the Star Bulletin, which became my newspaper after a little while, did a pretty darn good job of promoting inclusivity. And the Advertiser, which was the paper I originally came over here with, did a terrible job. It was in the legacy of the same people who overthrew the monarchy and brought forward 4 decades. Star Bulletin did a pretty darn good job of, like, they publicized the formation of the VVV. They did all sorts of things, which were sort of morale building and inclusive.
Great, thank you. And then the other question, I'll actually expand it a little, but Hawaii was subject to martial law. What role did either the police state or the military play in kind of trying to either foster community or otherwise? Or did it even have a role in trying to foster community?
Oh, no, they did, very much so. They worked hand in glove with the morale committee, and they gave the morale committee free rein, and they were constantly concerned with maintaining morale, literally, which is another word for community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question, and we're in a room full of high school and other types of educators who are reaching out and working with our next generations, our young people. If you were to boil it down, what 1 or 2 lessons would you want these educators to pass along to our next generations about what's unique about Hawaii's experience during World War II as it pertains to inclusion and diversity?
Yeah. That's a really interesting question. I think it is, to young people, you can't take this society for granted, and you can't take this community for granted, and you can't take tolerance and the maintenance of aloha spirit for granted. It's practice and commitment and sometimes intentionality, and you can't let attacks on it go unanswered.
And I think you've made the point of how on the west coast of the continent, it was so different than here in Hawaii. And you look at the outcomes, and of course, very different. So yeah. I think that just validates what you just said about taking the aloha experience, not taking it for granted.
Yeah, basically, let me comment on that, Mitch, real quickly. If you want to get to, like the bottom of everything we're talking about, between the contrast between Hawaii and the West Coast, despite Franklin Roosevelt, despite national policies of internment, blah, 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 on and on and on and on, at the bottom, what happened in Hawaii reflected the community of Hawaii. What happened on the West Coast reflected the community of the West Coast. And so policy actually came from the grassroots all the way up. And it came up through the strange interior conflicts that Franklin Roosevelt had in himself, and particularly in his, if you want to read the really interesting references, John J. McCloy who was the architect of the internment on the West Coast and is despised. And in the 100th Battalion Clubhouse, he's an honorary member. And he came from the West Coast and had a complete transformation by talking to these guys. And he went back and started undermining the policy that he had created. So you talk about the force of local practice, grassroots practice, people-to-people relationships. Never take it for granted. That's what I think.
I think that's a powerful lesson for the teachers here. I wish we had more time because I would like to take issue with you about the transformation of John J. McCloy. I don't think it was complete, but we can have that conversation offline.
That's a good one.
But
Let's
I
stay in
think
touch on it.
I think the premise of what you're saying is that the experience of the West Coast was very different than the experience here in Hawaii, and a lot of that is grassroots, and the outcome was due in large part to that. I think that's a very valuable lesson for us to think about, and how do you share that with the next generations that you come in contact with every day. I want to thank you for spending this morning with us.
Okay, thank you.
And
I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
so stick around, and I'm sure you'll have some questions. Thank you, everyone, and now we're going to take a break for lunch.
You know what? I have to run. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, welcome back. And for our video, our streaming audience, welcome to Hidden Histories of World War II, which is an educator workshop that is funded in part by the National Endowment for the Humanities, the National Park Service, the Pacific Historic Parks, Japanese Cultural Center of Hawaiʻi, Matsunaga Institute for Peace, and Go for Broke National Education Center. I'm Mitch Maki, and I will be your panel moderator as well as a partial presenter in this next panel. So we are very excited to welcome two of our guests here today. And I'm just going to tell you who they are because later I'm going to talk about what they're going to talk about. First of all, we have Carole Hayashino. And Carole was a former president and executive director of the Japanese Cultural Center, as well as being an active member of the Japanese American Citizens League during the campaign for redress in the 80s. And to her left is Bill Kaneko, who is a practicing attorney here in Hawaii. But the reason he is joining us here today is that he played a very influential role, a critical role, in making sure that those who were affected by the discrimination and the oppression during World War II would be included in the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. And again, I'm going to leave it at that because I'm going to build them up a little bit more as we get into it. You know, I realize that for the teachers that are here amongst us, you may not know that I was also the lead author of a book called Achieving the Impossible Dream, How Japanese Americans Obtained Redress. So that's why I get to do this panel here today. So just to start us off, we spent the last day talking about Honouliuli. We talked about what's happened here in Hawaii. And so we don't want to belabor the point for this panel that December 7th, 1941, it thrust the United States into World War II. And we know that there was incredible discrimination and a violation of constitutional rights, both here in Hawaii, but also on the continent. The war ends, Japanese Americans are released from these camps, and it would take about 3 decades for our community to go from a place of seeing what happened to us, from being a social misfortune, that's just how it was being Japanese in America during the 40s and during World War II, to later in the 70s, really beginning to understand that it wasn't a social misfortune, but was in fact a political injustice. It was an injustice and a constitutional violation that was perpetrated upon our community, an American community. The 70s rolls along, and our community essentially is split. There are some that say, let it go. It happened a long time ago, we're past it, and I don't want to have to remember and retell those stories. There's a second group that says, no, what we are deserving of is a good, clean apology. Just give us a good, clean apology, and don't put a price tag on my civil liberties. You know, don't insult me, just give me a good, clean apology. And the final group that said, you're right, we deserve an apology, but we deserve monetary reparations that comes along with that. It wasn't if they just called us names and hurt our feelings. There were real losses. People lost their homes, their jobs, their businesses. Give us an apology and give us monetary reparations with that apology so that it becomes an authentic apology. Eventually, the Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilians is created, and it travels the nation hearing testimony of those who were involved in the camps. And fast forward to find, well, and the commission issues its findings in 1982 saying that the camps were wrong and that the camps were the result of race prejudice, wartime hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. Very powerful words to aim at the Roosevelt administration. Race prejudice, wartime hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. The bill then goes to the Congress, and it takes 5 years of lobbying and fighting in the halls of Congress until finally on September 17th, 1987, it passes the House. This impossible dream that Japanese Americans would get an acknowledgement and an apology passes the House of Representatives with 243 votes. 180 of them Democrats, 63 of them Republican. Truly a bipartisan effort. 7 months later, it hits the Senate. And we knew it would pass the Senate because Senator Matsunaga, who we've talked about many times over the last couple of days, had individually lobbied every other senator. And by the time it hit the floor of the Senate, we had 71 co-sponsors. So Senator Matsunaga locked it up for us in the Senate. So now we need just one more supporter, one more signature. And as we learned the other day, that was the President of the United States, President Ronald Reagan, right? And for those of you who remember Reagan, whether you agreed with his policies or not, most people would agree that he was a great communicator, that he could tell stories that would move people in a certain direction. But the opposite was true. If you could tell him a story that would touch his heart, you could have a great advocate on your hands. So the question became, what story could we tell Ronald Reagan? 2 brownie points. What was the story we told Ronald Reagan? The story about the Nisei soldier, Kazuo Masuda. And just to refresh your memory, Kazuo Masuda was a Nisei veteran, and he was asked, why are you doing this? Why are you fighting for America while they have your own family in a concentration camp? And his answer was, because this is the only way that I know that my family can have a chance in America. Right or wrong, agree with him or not, the Nisei soldiers, and Kazuo Masuda in particular, understood that in 1943, 1944, 1945, loyalty needed to be demonstrated in blood. And as we remember, 2 weeks after saying that, Kazuo Masuda is killed in battle, fighting for his nation. His family is released from the camps after the war, only to be met with hate speech, racial taunts, and threats of bodily harm. And the Army sends out a contingent of Army officers to have a medal ceremony for the Masuda family. And on that day, at a convention dinner, there was a young white American captain who addressed the audience. And he said, "The blood that is soaked into the sands of a beach is all of one color. America stands unique in the world, the only nation not founded on race, but on an ideal. Mr. and Mrs. Masuda, as one member of the American family to another for what your son Kazuo did, thanks." And that young white American captain was Ronald Reagan. That story was relayed to President Reagan 4 decades later. And his response was, "I remember what those soldiers did for America." And it aligned his personal and his political values with the story that we've been talking about. Now, here's the surprise for you all today. Guess who found that story? Carole Hayashino. As a young staffer with the JCL, she knew she had to find a story that would make it personal to Ronald Reagan. And you can tell more details later, but she is the one that found that story, and we were able to pass it on to the president. So on August 10th, 1988, President Reagan signs the Civil Liberties Act, giving an apology and monetary reparations to those who had suffered the discrimination and the constitutional violations of World War II. Now, for many people, they think that this is a story that affects mostly the Japanese Americans on the continent. But as we learned through Honouliuli and through several of our other discussions, there were Americans of Japanese ancestry here in Hawaii that were equally had their constitutional rights violated. And that's where Bill comes in, where when he and the Honolulu JCL understood what was happening and understood that these individuals in Hawaii were not initially included in the legislation or in the interpretation of the legislation, they went to work. And they said, we're not going to let them be left out. And that's what we're going to talk about here. So it's my pleasure to have both of you here today. And we're going to start off because Bill has been very active in putting together a documentary about this whole story. And he's going to share with us the trailer of his documentary because he wants you to come and see the real deal once it's released. But with that, let me turn it over to Bill.
I thought you were going to show the trailer.
Okay, well, you want to say a few words about the trailer?
Yeah, thanks, Mitch and Carole, good to be on the panel with you. My name is Bill Kaneko. I just so happen to be the Honolulu chapter president when all these redress cases broke in the 80s. And we actually are finishing up a documentary on the what we call the unlawful eviction as opposed to the incarceration of Japanese in Hawaii. So what you're going to be seeing is a trailer that kind of tees up the general events of what happened, and then I'll get into more in detail of how we went about getting redress. So,
All right, let's roll it.
Before the war broke out, that is kind of scary because we were just outside of Schofield. And my brother climbed up the roof because the plane flew right over us. So you can tell that she got on fire. And the pilot waved at him. And boom, and the bombing field really fell. You know what I'm saying? And we literally saw all the bombing. You know, I was only 7, so I don't think I was that scared, you know. But, you know, because being Japanese, I guess we were asked to move out. We just had to leave.
The guard came and he said, you have 24 hours. You have to vacate this property. You have 24 hours. You're gone. No one can be here. So they panicked, right? Because they had to be out. I mean, can you imagine moving your whole house in 24 hours? So the military soldiers came to their homes so that they had to get out immediately. They had bayonets and weapons pointed at them.
These people were just as stigmatized as those who were interned, and provided for less than those people who were interned. You know, they had roofs over their heads. I don't know how many countless people in our groups didn't even have a roof over their head when they were told, get out.
They had a hard time because we didn't have a home. So we were pretty much separated.
Work was disrupted because it automatically cut off our source of income. Our schools were disrupted because at that time I think going to first or second grade at elementary school. And of course I had to uproot and transfer out there.
I had to live in a chicken coop for the entire duration of the war and see my house being used by prostitutes for the military personnel on base.
And a lot of hurt, a lot of anger as an American citizen being treated this way. My dad and my mom would discuss it, but I sensed that they really wanted to keep it under the radar, and they didn't really want us to know. I felt that, so they would be talking in Japanese.
A lot of people never recovered, and we found out through their sons and daughters that a lot of people died with that shame.
Begin to learn that this is more than one niche. In total, there were 23 geographic areas throughout where Japanese Americans unlawfully forcibly removed and kicked out because of their Japanese.
You know, when things come up that are manifestly unjust, unfair, I mean, that's the point that you speak of.
That's exactly why I went to law school, to learn about the Constitution, how it failed the Japanese Americans in World War II, to be able to get that letter of apology for these families. It was wonderful.
She went to her family grave, showed them the letter, and the check. And she was in tears. She like, hugged me and just told me that that was the best that she wanted to make sure that her parents did that. And that gave gave her myself right. I felt very kind.
So I guess, during the past few days, you've learned about the internment nationally and then here in Hawaii. And the classic story, of course, is the 2,000 who were interned here, primarily in Honouliuli and Sand Island. I mean, that has been written about at length. And there's a lot of documentation and books and documentaries about that. What we're going to be talking about this afternoon, and really the heart of the documentary, is the 1,500 persons who were not interned or incarcerated, but evicted from their homes. And when this all happened, I think some 30 years ago, the Redress bill had passed in 1988. And at that time, the Department of Justice, like they did throughout the country, has started traveling all over the United States, getting in touch with the Japanese American community on how to go about applying for and getting redress. So Robert Bratt, who is the administrator of Redress, was going all over the United States, primarily in the West Coast, meeting with the community leaders all over the country. He came to Hawaii because of the incarceration here and held workshops. And there was a lot of publicity around that because he was holding these large town halls, and because there are 2,000 persons incarcerated, it generated a lot of interest, but a lot of press. And so when the JACL started working with the Department of Justice, the media in publicizing this was pretty significant because of the large Japanese American community here. We started getting calls from persons who were not interned but evicted. And that's when this whole story began. I remember when the chapter president, it's all volunteer organization, so the office, the JACL office was wherever the president lived. But I came home one day and I probably had about 50 or 60 calls on my answering machine asking, I wasn't interned, but I was kicked out of my home. And this occurred in places like Lualualei or Waiau, Paoa Valley, Iwalei, Haiku. I mean, the calls just started to come in. And we were actually somewhat dumbfounded because the stories of the evictions was the first time really that not only the local community, but the Department of Justice had heard about this. And so we went back and looked at the record of the Commission on Wartime Relocation to see whether or not this was even documented during the hearings, and the answer was no. And so, and Carole and Mitch, please feel to just kind of chime in because we want this to be a discussion. But so we were really unclear as to how to handle these new cases. So I went to our legal counsel and asked for an opinion as to whether or not he thought that the eviction cases were covered under the Civil Liberties Act, because the act itself was primarily for persons interned. And to his credit, and because of Clayton Ike, who was counsel at the time, he read the act as very expansive because he felt that they were evicted, displaced from their homes at gunpoint because of a military order, that they were in fact deprived of their civil liberties. And that was very, very crucial. So we started going out and doing workshops in the community, and like hundreds of people showed up right here. this was actually before the center was built. It was at the Honolulu Japanese Chamber of Commerce auditoriums, and we had like 400 or 500 people showing up at any given weekend. Again, persons who are not interned but evicted. So we're like, holy smokes! Like, what is going on here?
If I can jump in too,
Yeah.
Bill, because the challenge also was that there weren't cookie cutter cases, because each of these cases were a little bit different. Sometimes people were evacuated, and that's the proper term for military necessity. Whole communities would be evacuated, but only the non-Japanese Americans would be allowed back into the area. Other times, Japanese American families were made to move from their homes and never allowed to come back. And in fact, I've told this to Bill, my mother-in-law was one of those individuals. She, as a young girl, was living with her family in Waiʻi, which is right by Pearl Harbor. They and their whole community, everyone had to move out. But my mother-in-law's family and the other Japanese American families were not allowed to move in. So she actually benefited from your work. Yeah.
Right.
So I just want to chime in, from at that time, while when the Redress bill was passed, signed into law, and working with, Department of Justice is beginning its process to identify qualified recipients. I was in San Francisco at the JCL National Headquarters. And so I'm working at the national level, and we get word from the Honolulu JCL, from Bill Kaneko, about this unique case of people who were not incarcerated. They were not picked up, but they were evicted from their homes. And at the time, I remember that we suspected the U.S. Department of Census would track the Japanese households, residents in a community. And we suspected at that time that that information was shared with the government officials. And I think that has been proven true now, that the government knew where every Japanese household was. So it was very easy for them to begin to discriminate and just remove the persons of the Japanese household and not allow them to return. And that's what happened.
Yeah, in fact, there was, and I think Tom Coffman writes about this in his book, but there were, to Carole's point, already identified pockets of Japanese Americans, and they knew where they were living in relation to, living around military-sensitive installations, and that's exactly what happened. So the eviction actually happened formally, really, in 23 geographic areas. So Japanese Americans who are living near Pearl Harbor, or the Kahuku Airfield, Lualua Ammunition Depot. I mean, these were very targeted communities. And so right after the war, military came in at gunpoint and just literally displaced them, kicked them out of their homes. And the quandary, I think, for not only the JACL and the Department of Justice was like, well, how do you prove that? And the distinction between the eviction cases and the internment cases was that there were no lists. So if you were interned at Manzanar or Honouliuli or Sand Island, there was actually a camp roster. We had 1,500 Japanese Americans who were just displaced. There was no roster. There was no proof, actually, that they actually lived there and that they were displaced. So the evolution of these legal cases was, very, very confusing for the Department of Justice in terms of how do you go about really taking a very accurate view and then rendering a decision. So it's very, very, very convoluted and messy process.
So tell us, how'd you
How
do
did
it?
you do it? Okay. Good question. Good moderator. So long story short, the Department of Justice actually created what's called the Special Verification Unit, SVU. And those were the so-called unique cases where the department really had to allocate resources to these non-cookie cutter cases like the Hawaii cases. So what the JACL did was we started doing our own research. And it's in the documentary, you should come. But one of the stars of this whole story is a young researcher named Pam Funai. And Pam Funai was a graduate student at the University of Hawaii at the time, you know, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And she called the JACL one day and said, I want to do research on Honouliuli and Sand Island. Like, okay, well, go at it. But I think I got a better project, not a better project for you. I got a really cool project for you. Can you help us research the eviction cases? And she said, sure. So she went down to the Hamilton Library. There's a World War II section in the basement of the library. She probably must have been there like a month or so. And she ran across military documents, ordering Japanese Americans in certain areas like Waiau and Iwalei, that if you're Japanese, you were going to be displaced. So that's when it really all started. I mean, there was written orders and proof and evidence that the United States government did target Japanese Americans based on their ancestry. And this is like when it all happened. So we went back to the Department of Justice and said, look it, this is what we found. And then the DOJ actually allocated more resources and started doing research, not only in Hawaii, but throughout the country.
So, Bill, if I can add a little bit to that story, because I wrote about that in my books. And Pam is a personal friend of mine, and she was tasked with finding that documentation, and she said it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, while searching through the documents in Hamilton Library at the University of Hawaii, Funai found a letter from the office of the Assistant Provost Marshal in Honolulu that stated, quote, pursuant to the provisions of the directive issued by the Commanding General, the Hawaiian Department dated January 7th, 1943, all alien Japanese and citizens of Japanese ancestry residing in the areas hereby designated will be evacuated. This order is issued in the interest of public safety. And then I made the commentary, upon making her discovery, Funai, in her true Hawaiian pidgin English, yelled, score! And the librarian came over to her and told her, shh. But that's what opened up the door for you to do the work that you're doing.
Right, yeah, so, you know, we had the military order, which was essential. Then the other question was, how do you prove that really that you resided there? So the government required 2 affidavits, sworn statements by yourself and then a third party. Then it gets really complicated because in many of the areas, everyone was displaced, all persons. In addition to Japanese Americans, you know, Native Hawaiians, Chinese Americans, and so what was the distinction? And so we ran into a lot of legal hurdles because the Department of Justice, they can't just hand out checks. I mean, they have to do their job. And denied the Japanese Americans because they said that everybody was displaced, which is a fact. The differentiator, though, is that for the non-Japanese, later in time, they could come back to their homes. So they had the opportunity to go back and live in their homes after they were displaced. In other cases, the evacuation of the non-Japanese happened in a more planned and orderly fashion. It happened several months after they kicked out the Japanese Americans, and they were offered other places to live. They were, you know, they gave them due notice in terms of that they needed to evacuate around their homes. So they were treated very, very differently. And it was the Japanese Americans who were displaced on the spot, really no warning whatsoever because of their ancestry. And that was the distinction. But all in all, as I had mentioned, I mean, this happened in 23 geographic locations. I mean, a lot of, even till today, a lot of people don't know about this, what happened, and that's really the story and the subject matter of the documentary.
So, Bill, how did it get approved? Because it wasn't necessarily necessary to introduce new legislation. It was just important that the Office of Redress Administration say, yes, this falls under the purview of the Civil Liberties Act. So how did that come about, and what was the first case that you remember saying, yes, this is approved?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple cases were Lualua and Pauo Valley. I mean, those are kind of like, I don't want to say no-brainers, but I mean, in those instances, like, only Japanese Americans were displaced. So those cases were awarded. Now, with the military order in hand, only Japanese Americans, I think the Department of Justice was able to render a decision quickly. It was like the other 21 cases that took literally years. Because each and every geographic location, the circumstances were very different. What we had to do is, we worked with pro bono lawyers of the Japanese American Citizens League, the National Asian Pacific American Bar Association, NAPABA, which is also a social justice organization, all provided free legal work, but it took, thousands of hours of dealing with the Department of Justice. And to answer Mitch's question, I mean, we took the act, and again, it was broad enough under the provision that they're deprived of their civil liberties based on their Japanese ancestry, which was the legal language that was needed for the department to ultimately grant redress. Now, having said that, Robert Bratt, who was the administrator at that time, he had a lot of internal battles that he shared. He shares during that time because he would be here in Hawaii listening to stories of hundreds of people saying, I was kicked out and I had no warning and it was by military force. And then he goes back up to Washington and has to deal with his lawyers saying, like, why are you doing this? It should be clean cut. It's just, dealing with the incarceration. And so, again, it took several years to ultimately resolve these cases. But in the end, we were able to get about 1,500 persons redress, and at $20,000 each, you're talking about $30 million. So there was a pretty significant economic impact as well.
So
I
this
think
is.
I want to add something, though.
Well, let me
Okay.
say something about you first, because I know you're not going to say this
No.
about yourself. So this is all happening in the early 1990s. Carole, you're still in.
I'm a young child.
You're still, you're 10 years old at that point, and you're still in California. You're
Right.
still looking at this from a national perspective. But just a side story, 20 years later, Carole comes to Honolulu. She was the president and executive director here at JCCH, and we all spent time at Honolulu yesterday. She was a driving force in bringing attention to Honolulu, to making it, to putting it on the National Park Service map and so forth. So what we were able to do yesterday is in large part thanks to the efforts of many people, but one
Many
of which
people,
was Carole. But so my question to you is, you're in California, still seeing redress as a national issue, right? And you hear about this happening in Hawaii. What was your reaction and perspective?
Well, really, we had gone through extensive research, right? When the commission did its own research, we had the public hearings, and we had not heard of any of these new stories that emerged after the passage of the bill. I think that's number one. Like, what? I think we're all just baffled and shocked and surprised. But what I wanted to say before Mitch interrupted me was that, when Bill talks about the redress cases and obtaining redress for this special class of people, it's very much like the national effort for redress. They were volunteers, and many of us were young, were fairly young, and this had never been done before. Redress, having the government apologize for a 30, 40-year-old injustice and providing monetary compensation, that it had never happened. And there was no playbook. And Bill and the team of attorneys here just became, they just became activists. And they led the way for reparations for this class of people. And I think that's really remarkable because we're not trained. We don't learn about social justice, or we don't learn how to organize or community organizing, or, but I would hope that the lessons of redress is one of encouraging and inspiring young people to get involved, to become engaged and make a difference, because sometimes the work that you do as a volunteer does make a lasting impression for the community. And I think that's what happened with the Honolulu JCL and Bill and many of the local attorneys who volunteered. I mean, that's what they did. They made a lasting impression. They changed and contributed to history.
Yeah, I think to follow up on Carole's point, I think when this all hit, I was chapter president, and I think I was 30 years old at the time. I'm 40 now, by the way. Yeah, it was very young, and the pro bono lawyers that we had were probably in their early or mid-30s. And the interesting part of it is that, and the lawyers that were helping us were transactional lawyers. They were business lawyers. They weren't civil rights lawyers. They weren't even litigators. So, but they did this, because they felt strongly about it. But, because they're transactional lawyers doesn't mean they weren't, able to duly represent the JCL. They're super smart, came from the best law schools, but they translated those skills. But we had these young associates in law firms throughout the state going against the top litigators and appellate lawyers in the country at the Department of Justice. I mean, in terms of experience, it was so uneven. But everyone, put all their best efforts and used their skills as, 30-somethings and really prevailed. And I think that in part is, part of the story here is that you don't have to be trained in a certain way, but if you have drive and perseverance and, at least some common sense, that you can do really great things. And that's, I think, part of the story here in terms of the eviction cases.
Any questions or any questions from our audience, our streaming audience at this point? So I think for me, this is not just a story of what happened during World War II and then the fight for justice, but I'm thinking as you work with your students, it's a great case study of how activism can address the wrongs of the past. And we think about all the communities that are represented here, and all the wrongs that have been done in our nation. What are some of the things your students might get excited about in terms of thinking, wow, maybe we can address some of the injustices of the past? Anybody have ideas of how you might use that? Bill in the back, and then Sean.
I think one thing that I've tried to cover, especially when I've done civil rights movements, is the role of young people in organizing. And I think that this is an easy tie into that, and that it sometimes change doesn't necessarily come from people who are the grown-ups or the adults, and sometimes it is the children or the grandchildren who are the ones that are taking on that responsibility to try to push it. And can I also add that it would make an excellent movie? I'm listening to you guys talk, and it would sound like an awesome movie to see these young lawyers in action taking on the government.
Right, no,
That's the
good,
movie.
That's the movie.
That's the movie.
That's a documentary that they're
Yeah,
putting
yeah.
together. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in fact, Belinda, I would even say that change oftentimes comes from the young and not the establishment, and so forth. And Bill, you and I have had this conversation that, the fact that you were 30, the fact that you were just starting your career and, you didn't have a fully developed law practice making the salary of a 60 or 70-year-old attorney. In some ways, that liberated you to devote the time and energy to this. And so it's not surprising to me that you had a cadre of young attorneys, who were idealistic and also had the freedom to do this. Yeah.
Right, yeah, and I think, to your point, I mean, there's a lot of power in youth, and that should be harnessed and taken advantage of. And, as you get older, you become a lot more conservative, things to lose. But now having said that, it's an incredible training ground for young people to engage in social justice and just community service. I mean, for the young lawyers, I mean, to go toe-to-toe with the appellate division of the Department of Justice, I mean, during these cases, representing, the JACL, I engaged with senior officials at the Department of Justice. Deval Patrick was one of the leads at that time. Deval Patrick was the Assistant Attorney General of Civil Rights. I'm just like 30-year-old kid, sitting in his office and, on Constitutional Avenue. And like, how often do you have that opportunity? And so if you look at, and I'm super bullish on community service. If you look at the folks who took leadership roles during this time and other initiatives from the JACL and where they are now, I mean, they're judges, they're CEOs, they're partners at law firms, because I think the training that you get engaging in community service and activism, you're not going to get that sitting in your office or doing things, even like teaching in a classroom. And there's certain skills that you really gain when you're out there in the community. And in the long run, that not only benefits you, but it benefits society. And I think that's one of the key messages here.
And throughout the redress movement, there were not only young attorneys, but high school students, college students passing out petitions and being involved. And as Bill said, it was a tremendous training ground. Sean, you had a question.
Yeah. First, I would say I think that I'm going to definitely try to incorporate this into our Model UN. I think it's a good where they can see basically how change can happen, especially over time. I teach at Waipahu High School, and I think another thing I'd like to address is we get a lot of we have a large Micronesian population, and I think a success story like this could help motivate because a lot of the wrongs, like Bikini Atoll, were never the wrongs were never righted, and I think that like a success story like this, could be used, and I'll get with you guys afterwards for maybe some resources that could kind of like lead me down that road to kind of maybe help build maybe a lesson or something, just so that way I can kind of, because that's a huge population that's often misunderstood, especially at our school, and the same, they never got a lot of the compensation or even the acknowledgement of the wrongs that happened to their population.
Mitch hinted in his introduction today how the community was split, divided on seeking redress, reparations from the government. There was a strong segment of the Japanese community that didn't want to pursue it, and then there was a small segment that said they should at least apologize, and then was another small segment that pushed for the apology and monetary compensation. So there was a lot of internal education to do within the community. At the same time, there was the broader education that needed to be done with members of Congress and the general public. In the 1980s, every newspaper on the West Coast had supported the incarceration, a mass removal of and incarceration of Americans of Japanese ancestry from the West Coast. Many people, the general public, still believe that Americans of Japanese ancestry were involved in the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And when we began lobbying the U.S. Congress in 1980 to establish the Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilians, that was the response from many members of Congress. And the issue was completely misunderstood. So it began with education. It began with that discussion with the public and within the community, that it was okay to pursue. And one thing I learned from the early days was, history must be told by those who lived it. So the Japanese American survivors, the survivors of the incarceration, needed to step forward and tell their stories. And through the commission process, they finally did. But it begins, the first steps. I think, I totally support where you're going and what you want to do. It begins with that kind of education.
Speaking of how to impart this knowledge with our younger generations, I was just thinking about the whole infringement upon our civil liberties through the COVID thing that we all came out of. And obviously for all of us, it's real. We lived it. And for my young students who are fifth graders now who had to do distance learning a whole year, that I think they can draw parallels between how their civil liberties were infringed upon as older generations were, such as my dad.
Yeah, I think the role that all of you play are crucial in terms of bringing up these kinds of issues. I'm born and raised here, and went all the way up to high school and really didn't even know about the internment until I took a course from Franklin Odo, who was a professor at the UH Ethnic Studies program. And I was just like eyes wide open, floored. And, through ethnic studies, we not only had read about the internment, but other social injustices. But Franklin took a very proactive approach. He had us go to Chinatown, and we talked about the Chinatown evictions, or Waihole Waikane, the struggles here in Hawaii. And that's when things became really real. But if you don't have those, learning opportunities for young kids, they'll not learn about it. So, things that Mitch and Nate are doing today are very, very important to be able to maintain, not only that awareness, but ensure that, all persons are treated equally. It's an important, component of of democracy for not only Hawaii, but for our country. So, I hope that you will take what you learned over the weekend or for the last couple of days and impart that on your students.
Bill, I mean, obviously this is such an impressive story, and this question is going to sound simplistic, but what does it mean to you to have been involved in this and to see it be successful? But what does it mean to Bill Kaneko?
Well, like I said, I think for myself, it's always usually about can I do something for the community? I mean, but in many respects, I mean, I was also a beneficiary as well. So like I said, I mean, engaging in community service and doing things outside your your normal work is really what I got out of it. It was really a gift to me as well, to be able to do things and to learn skills that you're not doing in your normal course. And running a chapter of the JACL, I mean, that seems kind of mundane, but when you think about it, you have to run a non-profit corporation, you have to file articles and make sure that your filings are in accordance with state law. You have to run meetings. I mean, they don't teach you that, like doing something if you're a teacher in a classroom or being a young lawyer. I mean, but it stretches your skill set, and it gives you all these unique opportunities to be able to expand your horizon. So, I mean, I think folks like you and Carole and, all those who engage in activism, I think that's the gift to ourselves.
Carole, how about you? You played a big role in the national level, and what does this all mean to you?
Okay, I'll just start by telling my story.
Please, okay.
I'm a Sansei, third generation Japanese American. I'm a native Californian. My parents, my grandparents, my aunts and uncles were all incarcerated during World War II. As a child, I grew up hearing the stories, hearing my father's stories about my grandfather being picked up by the FBI, sent off to a county jail, and then to a Department of Justice camp in Santa Fe, New Mexico. The family remained in Stockton. My father was the oldest of 4 children. He was his first year of college. They were forced to pack up and move from Stockton, sent to horse stalls in a county fairground before they were sent away to the more permanent concentration camps in Arkansas. So I grew up hearing the stories of my father and my grandparents as a child. And when I was in the 5th grade as a 10-year-old kid, I gave my first oral history report, a family history, to my class. And I told the story about my father's incarceration as a kid. And I remember, and this of course is many, many years ago, and I remember very clearly, and there were 3 other Japanese American kids in the class. The teacher turned and asked the class, did this happen to any of you, any of your parents? And no one raised their hand. And I thought, oh my gosh, this only happened to my family. So what did they do that they would be picked up and sent to jail or sent to a prison camp in Arkansas? What happened? What did they do wrong? So as a child, that motivated me actually to learn more about my own family history, which I did. And so years later, of course, during the 60s and 70s, civil rights movement, the establishment of ethnic studies on college campuses, of course, I began to then understand the impact upon the community, and what had happened to my family had happened to so many people, and the majority of the Issei and Nisei, the generations who were affected, it was just too painful of an experience to discuss amongst their own family. So when I had the opportunity to work at the JCCH, I accepted it because I was then at that point very committed to documenting, preserving, sharing the stories of the Japanese Americans who were incarcerated. And I still feel that today. It was for me working on Redress with the National Committee for Redress. I was a 27-year-old kid, working with this national committee on national legislation. And I started with the personal motivation about my family, motivated by my family, seeking justice for my family. And then I realized it's about the community. And then I began to realize it's not just a Japanese American issue. The incarceration and redress for Japanese Americans was not just a Japanese American issue. It's an American issue. It's a shared history of our nation. And redress for Japanese Americans really goes to the heart of the Constitution, as Bill said. It's about equal protection, due process under the law that's promised to U.S. citizens. And that's where our Constitution failed. So there were so many lessons. I mean, there are those lessons of the Constitution, but for me personally, I started working on redress because of my family. And in 1980, when I first began, my grandparents were living, my aunts and uncles, my mother and father were living, but At the point that President Reagan signed the bill in 1988, only my grandmother and my mother were living. So, and it became, I was happy for them that finally they saw they were vindicated. And at the same time, I was very sad that the rest of my family and so many other people who were affected did not receive that apology or the acknowledgement that what they had gone through was wrong. So I had really mixed emotions, but I will also say that what I learned during the 1980s, working on the redress, really helped me when I came to Hawaii and worked to preserve Honouliuli, because I understood what can be done, what we can do when you organize, develop allies, work in coalitions, work with other people. Good things can happen. And because of the work of JCCH, the very committed volunteers of the organization, and so many members and so many supporters, President Obama signed, as you know, recognized Honouliuli as the National Historic Monument.
Time is upon us, and I hope you've enjoyed this panel discussion as much as I've enjoyed it. And I'll just say that as I listen to Bill and Carole, I don't think this is a history lesson. I think this is a lesson in civic engagement. It's a lesson that you all can take back to your classrooms and figure out, how do you inspire your young people to be engaged, to make a difference, to address the concerns of their communities, of our communities. So thank you, Bill, for the work that you've done in the past, but thank you for being here today. Carole, same to you. You know how I feel about you. Thank you for the work you've done in the past, but thank you for being here and sharing.
And Mitch
with
is
all
such
of
a
us.
wonderful storyteller. He's just so good.
I'm such a wonderful storyteller. My mother used to always say, "You're such a good storyteller. Now tell me what really happened." Yeah. But thank you all for being here with us today. And hopefully Bill and Carole can stick around for a few minutes if you have any thoughts or questions you want to raise. Nani?
Well, you know, okay, I had a lot of different jobs when I worked at JCL. I was like national coordinator for redress. I was public information officer. But early on, once the commission was established, we needed to write testimony to Congress and to the commission. So I was tasked with all the historic research. So I actually traveled to Roosevelt Library in Poughkeepsie. I went to Cincinnati, reviewed the files of historian Roger Daniels, who was like the premier historian on the subject. And I also went to Hoover Institute at Stanford to look at Ronald Reagan's papers. So I went to UC Berkeley Bancroft Library and went through all the death certificates and birth certificates at each camp. They had hard copies. So I had the opportunity to do a lot of extensive research, but it was at Hoover Institute at Stanford. I was looking for something specific for Ronald Reagan, and I came across this newspaper article that reported the Ronald Reagan's remarks, which actually happened, I think, at Hollywood Bowl or something, right? Mm-hmm. So that's how I found it. And I grabbed it, and I knew that this would be what would touch his heart. It's one thing to argue the legal, but you need to touch his heart. And I knew that would do it. And I shared that with the national president. And actually, the national president shared it with the Reagan staff, with the President Reagan's staff. And the inside scoop is that Reagan's staff did not want the president to support redress. They knew that if he saw the article, that it would touch him, it would sway him. So they tried to keep this redress story away from him as long as they could. But Eventually, it got to his attention, it got to his desk, other people brought it up to him. But that's the story.
Bill and Carole, thank you very much. And if you can stay around for a few minutes, I'm sure people will have questions. So thank you.